rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Madam Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. First of all, I will call the appearances. For the SPO, I see that you are in the same composition as yesterday.
Yes, Your Honors.
Okay, then we note that. And for the Victims' Counsel, it's the same?
Yes.
Okay, I see Madame Poes connected with us on Zoom, very well. And for the defense, also in the same composition, very well. And Mr. Mustafa is present in the courtroom, and you are, for the record, appearing before trial panel 1. Today, we will continue with the testimony of defense witness 1600, Mrs. Tauta Hadri. And before doing so, the panel will render a number of oral orders. After that, Defense Counsel, I will come back to you with regard to the translation issue that arose yesterday. I will give you the floor for that. And then we will start with the questioning by the Victims' Counsel. Okay, very well. The first oral order is for the defense. The panel notes that after the accused's unsworn statement, scheduled to take place on the 19th and the 20th of May, so next week, there will be no more witnesses or any further oral evidence to be adduced by the defense. Moreover, by way of oral order on 21st of April 2022, the panel has set Wednesday, 25 May, as the time limit for the parties and the Victims' Counsel to submit their requests tendering the exhibits used during their respective examinations of the defense witnesses who testified in the months of April and May 2022. In addition to such request, if any, should the defense seek the admission of any other material than that used during the examination of witnesses, namely material under Article 37 of the law or other material, it shall submit a request to this effect also by Wednesday, 25 of May 2022. Yeah? And thereafter, the panel considers it appropriate to set Thursday, 26 May 2022 as the target date for closing the defense case pursuant to Rule 131 of the rules. On the 26th of May, the defense shall therefore file a written notice under Rule 131 of the rules, informing the panel, the SPO, and Victims' Counsel that there are no more witnesses to be called or other evidential material to be presented, and close its case. Yes? This concludes the panel's first oral order. The second oral order is for Victims' Counsel. Pursuant to oral order of 23rd of March 2022, the panel ordered Victims' Counsel to propose one or more experts to assist the panel in assessing the financial compensation for the material damage allegedly suffered by the direct victims. The panel has received the submissions by Victims' Counsel suggesting the appointment of one expert, which is filing 392 on the 21st of April of 2022, as well as her submission transmitting the CV of this proposed expert, which is filing 397, and that was on the 25th of April 2022. The panel would now like to receive further information from Victims' Counsel on how much time she envisaged that the proposed expert will need in order to submit his report, should he be appointed by the panel. And the panel will take this into consideration among other things, of course, in order to decide whether to hold reparation proceedings after the judgment in case a conviction on one or more counts is entered. Given that the panel has previously requested the Victims' Counsel to submit further observations on how she intends to proceed in order to assess the financial compensation for the damage allegedly suffered by indirect victims by Monday 23rd of May 2022, which is filing 403, the panel hereby requests Victims' Counsel to include in this submission the above mentioned information. And this concludes our second oral order. The third and last oral order concerns the items that Victims' Counsel intends to use during her question of defense witness 1600. A short preview was given yesterday. Victims' Counsel has requested leave from the panel via email dated the 10th of May at 4:03 in the afternoon to use newly disclosed items in her questioning of the witness. The material concerned has been previously disclosed by the SPO on the same day at 9:18 in the morning in disclosure batch 139, as also mentioned by the Victims' Counsel in her request. The panel notes that the newly disclosed items are versions of material previously disclosed, namely English translations of Albanian excerpts of the book written by the defense witness 1600. The panel finds that the material is not lengthy, that the defense was already in possession of the original version of the document. The defense does not oppose the use of the material by Victims' Counsel. Accordingly, the panel authorizes Victims' Counsel to use said material during her questioning by defense witness 1600, pursuant to paragraph 31 of the Conduct of Proceeding Decisions, which is filing 170. And this concludes our third oral order. So now we can proceed with the testimony of defense witness 1600. And before I have the witness ushered in, defense counsel, yesterday at the end of the day you raised the issue of a translation inaccuracy or problem. I want to give you the floor because I saw that we didn't go into the content at all. So please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I read it in Albanian. It is page 28, Albanian version of statement of witness. It is line 10 and 11. And in English version is page 25 and line 16 and 17.
You say the witness statement, defense witness statement or SPO?
No, the witness statement given to the prosecutor
Okay.
in front of SPO. And this is
And part 1 or part 2?
part 2.
Part 2, okay. Then we go to part 2, page, so the last page.
28 Albanian version.
Oh, and the English version?
English version is 25.
25, very well. And then...
And the line is 16, 17 of English version.
Yes?
And line 10, 11 of Albanian version.
Very well. Please.
So I'm going to read in Albanian, and I believe the translator will translate and check it is same with English version. Yes?
Very well.
Yeah, thank you. Jo e drejtë edhe kam besu se kjo gjykatë speciale do të punon drejt.
Unjust, and I believe that this court will work justly.
Thank you again. Unjust, and I believe that this court will work justly. And can you indicate for us, defense counsel, which line exactly, of which part of the line has been translated right now?
Line 10 and 11.
In the Albanian version.
Albanian version.
But in the English
and
version?
English version is line 16 and 17.
And allow me to read out what I then... I see here in line 16 a dot,
16.
and then a new sentence starts with and. And I believe that this specialist chamber won't work fairly. Is that
Yes.
the part of the sentence
Yes.
you
Yes.
want to indicate? Okay. Yes, and in the translation it says, and I believe that this court will work justly. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. This is all about this.
Madam Prosecutor, does this give rise for you to re-ask the question or ask a different question?
No, Your Honors, because this is in line with what the witness had explained. I just stood up because as the defense counsel was reading the sentence, my suggestion was that he would read the whole sentence so that it was clear for the record and for Your Honors, but that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that has been clarified very well. Then I will usher the witness, have the witness ushered in, and then we can continue with the question by the Victims' Counsel. Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Madam Houdry, good morning and welcome back to the Specialist Chambers. Can you hear me fine?
Paul? Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Yesterday evening after the intensive day. Very well. I remind you that you're still under oath to tell the truth. Yes. I will give the floor now to the Victims' Counsel to ask you some questions. So, Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good morning, Ms. Hadri.
Good morning.
And I'm here today as co-counsel for the participating victims in the case. And I would like to ask you a few follow-up questions about your time in Slush. Now, my first question is about what you told us yesterday about watching television while you were staying in Slash, and you told us that you did that on the 17th of April. And for the record, this was discussed on page 4269 to 4271 of the transcript. We've received it in the meantime over legal workflow. Do you remember telling us this?
Po.
Yes.
Was electricity available there?
Po në mëngjes po.
Yes. In the morning, yes, but later on, I don't know if there was any.
Now, moving right along to my second topic, it's about when you arrived in Slash in April 1999. And what I'll do is I'm going to recap some of the things that you said yesterday, and then I'm going to get to the questions that I have about this topic. So please bear with me. Yesterday in court, you told us that you traveled to Slash on the 16th of April 1999. And moving on to the last bit of your journey, you told us that two soldiers drove you in a car to the location that you were sent to in Slash, and that this was about a 15 to 20-minute drive. And from your testimony, I understand that you've been taken to like a compound with a few houses. And then you told us that when you got to the yard, two women came out to welcome you, and then they invited you to the house which they called the headquarters. And for the record, this is on page 4188, lines 3 to 4 and lines 15 to 16. And as you explained yesterday, these headquarters were about 10 to 20 meters away from the building where you slept while you were staying in Slash during those days in April. And that's on 4203, lines 4 to 5 of the record. Is that correct? Just the recap, did I recap that correctly?
Jo, unë kam thonë
I said 10 to 15 or 20 minutes by car.
Thank you for clearing that up then. Now, you told us something about what these headquarters looked like inside. And for the record again, page 4189, lines 12 to 15 of the transcript. And what you said, and I'm going to quote you, there were 3 or 4 or 5 stairs, there was a narrow corridor, and then there were 2 rooms, and one on the right-hand side and one on the left-hand side. And you said that you entered the room on the left-hand side, and that it was, and I'm quoting again, just a small room. The room had nothing. It only had some mattresses on the floor. There was kind of a cupboard and nothing else. And for the record, that's page 4190, lines 1 to 2. And something else.
Victims' counsels, excuse me, could you slow down your pace a little bit?
Absolutely. Sorry.
No,
My
don't worry.
apologies also to the interpreters. Something else that you also said about this room, about the headquarters, was at that moment there was nobody in the headquarters or staff. And that's on page 4188, line 18. That's what you told us yesterday about the headquarters and that room on the left. Am I correct? Again, just to recap.
po.
Okay.
Po.
Yes, that's correct.
And so that's still your testimony today as well.
Po.
Okay.
Yes.
Testified on that.
Yes,
So
exactly.
I don't
I'm just
think it's necessary
double-checking.
to ask her if she has changed her mind.
I
You
will
can
move-
use it as a step-up question, but not ask her the same things.
Okay. I will do that, and it is, in fact, a step-up question, because in that case, there is something that I'd like to clarify with you. And to do that, with the panel's leave, I'd like to show the witness some passages from her book. That's the diary that we also talked about yesterday, that you talked about with Madame Prosecutor, your book, the War Diary. And that discussion is on page 4263 of the transcript. And before I get to the question that I have, I would just like to establish for the record which date the entry is that I would like to discuss with the witness. Because you see, Ms. Hadri, we don't have the whole book. And the first page that we have is page 251, and there's no date for the entry. So if the court officer could please pull that one up. It's, the English version is in document number DSM 00242 to 246, the English one, and page 251 is DSM 00242. And the Albanian version of the book you can find on DSM 00236 to 299, and page 251 is also on DSM 00242. And the English translations are in that previous disclosure package from the prosecutor.
Victims Counsel, the reason that you want to pull up now this extracts from the book is?
The first page, I just want to establish the date because I want to talk about what she writes in the entry. And the bit that I want to discuss specifically is on the next page, but there's no date. And I thought it would be good for the record just to make sure that we know which date we're talking about.
Okay, I will allow for that.
Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, please proceed.
Is this page 251, if we can, yeah. Yes. So can you see this on your screen? On the left is, yeah.
Yes, in the Albanian language, yes.
Can you let us know what the date was of that entry? Because this is the first page that we have, and the date is missing, and I just want to get that on the record.
Well, I believe you have read the statement. See, you are the defense counsel of the other party. You've read the statement I gave to the defense counsel and to the SPO. That's where it is stated clearly, and it is clear here. It's the 16th when I went to Slash. It's the 16th, the date. You have everything in the statement as well.
Absolutely. What I didn't have was just the link between that date and this entry in your diary, and I have that now, so thank you very much.
Madam Witness, you should not comment on any of the questions asked to you. Just give an answer, because in the end it's evidence that is presented to the panel. So no comments on you have it, you don't have it. And then, Madam Victims Counsel, allow me to make one remark for the record. Page 10, line 6, we were overlapping, so the record is not complete. So just for the record, I said you should not ask her if she has changed her mind, because now it appeared incomplete. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. So if we can move now to the next page of this document, perhaps it's good to do both the Albanian and the English. Yeah, at the top here, you write about a 15 to 20 minute drive. Would that be the same drive, that last part of your journey to Slash, that you were taken by the soldiers?
Paul.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, in the diary you write that you were taken to Slash, the driver let you out of the car, and then you describe a building that you were brought to. And what you write, and I'm going to quote you, "They brought me to a one-story house, 3-4 steps above ground, similar to the Drenica houses. There was a narrow corridor and 2 small rooms, not more than 3 by 5 meters. In the room on the left of the entrance, there was somebody in a ponytail sitting at a table in front of a computer." End quote. Is the building that you're describing here in this diary entry the same building that you described to us yesterday that you called the headquarters?
Paul.
Yes.
Now, the way that you described what was in the room in your diary is quite different from what you told us was in that room yesterday. Could you explain how that can be?
It's not different. It's as I described it yesterday. I don't know how you understood it, but that's how it looked like.
Okay. The reason I asked is because, and I quoted it to you earlier today, when you were describing what was in that room on the left, yesterday in court you said, it was just a small room, the room had nothing, it only had some mattresses on the floor. There was kind of a cupboard and nothing else. And now, if we're looking at the entry in the diary, there was, in any case, a man in a ponytail sitting at a table at a computer. in that room on the left. And that's what brought this question to my mind.
This person was not in the room, it was on the other side. This person has nothing to do with the room that I entered. The room that I entered was just like I described it yesterday. It was a small room, there was a window. I wrote this book not as somebody who would come to the court, but just as I saw the things back then. So it's just like it's described here and just like I described it yesterday.
To get what you were explaining about this. So what you're saying is that the room that you went into was a room with mattresses, and on the other side was this room with the person with the ponytail and the computer and the table.
The other room had nothing to do or was not connected to my room. Only the door was opened. I did not enter the other room. So it is just like it is described here.
So if we can move then to page 253 of your diary, you actually go into a bit more detail about what was in the room, or one of the rooms in any case, in this building. And if we could pull up the next page, please, Madam Court Officer. Yes, and page 253
Okay, that would be
of the
then
diary.
DSM 00244
Yes,
for both the Albanian and the English version.
yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Apologies, Your Honor, there seems to be a technical delay.
Oh, just a moment.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. You just wait a moment.
Oh.
The document is now on the screen.
Yes.
Thank
very
you, Madam
much.
Court Officer. Victims' Counsel, please proceed.
Yes. So on page 253, what you're seeing up on your screen, you go into a bit more detail about what was in the room that, the way I read your diary, you were talking about. And what you write, and I'm quoting you again, opposite to the couch where I was sitting, there was a closet with all kinds of weapons and magazines and ammunition. 3 long bullets, about 15 centimeters long, were placed as a display. A window was on the right, a table and a satellite phone, and a computer. Now, which of the 2 rooms was that? Because it seems to me that it's the same room that you were describing in your diary before.
Here I've given a description as part of the book. That cupboard only had the bullets and only the weapon of the commander who was there. with me was there, and here in the cupboard were only the bullets. The computer was a portable one and could be taken from one room to the other. I've written the book 20 years ago, so I did not see it fit to describe everything in detail, that computer was portable, was taken from one room to another. So I didn't go into those details. I did not stay there. I don't know whether they carried it from one room to another, but it was a portable computer.
As well. What I'm just interested in is what the layout of the headquarters was and what was on the rooms on either side of the corridor when you went in. So what you're saying now is that on one of the rooms on one side of the corridor there were these mattresses and a cupboard, and in the room on the other side of the corridor there was this table, this portable computer, this man with the ponytail, the cupboard, the couch, etc. Is that correct?
The room where I was were these mattresses. We call it in Albanian shilte. It's not a mattress to lie down, but just to sit on it, thinner ones. In the other room, in the small houses, the corridor is narrow and you can easily see the room on the other side. And that's where this person with the ponytail was.
Okay, so just to be completely clear, we're talking still about the headquarters that you went into when you got to Slash.
We are talking about the headquarters, yes. That was our headquarters. We did not have a garrison. It was a house, a simple village house, a house that belonged to the people. People were in support of the KLA, and they gave voluntarily their houses to the KLA for their use.
My question already, the ones that I had.
But for me, it has not become more clear on the room with the mattresses. What was done in the room with the mattresses in the headquarters? Can you explain that to the panel?
The room with the sitting mattresses, we didn't have the luxury of having couches and chairs. The Albanian people uses those thin mattresses to sit on. Those were houses of poor people, and that mattress serves as a chair for those people. If someone of you has been to Kosovo would know the difference. A shilte is a thinner mattress where you sit, and a mattress is where you sleep. So they didn't have chairs, they used the thin mattresses.
Would somebody be sleeping in that room with mattresses?
That I don't know.
Used as a sleeping room?
That I don't know.
That will do for now. Thank you. Victims'
Yeah.
Counsel, you have the floor.
The same applies for me. That answers my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hadri.
Very well. Madam Witness, we are going to continue with your questioning. I look at the Defense Counsel. Would you have questions for Madam Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how much time do you think that you will be needing?
I have 3 questions, so I don't know exactly the time.
Okay. Please proceed with your redirect examination. Madam Witness, it's now the defense who is going to ask you questions.
Zonja dëshmitare,
Question, Madam Witness. Yesterday, on page 20 of the transcript, line 9, you said that you went to visit the school. Is this correct? Answer, yes. Question. Apart of the fact that you went to visit the school and you stayed in that compound that you described, did you ever go to another part of the village of Slash? Answer, no. Question. Thank you, Madam Witness. Yesterday, during the cross-examination by the prosecutor in page 59, lines 22-24, you described the situation when you dealt with the injured. In your statement, you mentioned two other names. Do you remember today the names of those that you mentioned as wounded or injured persons to whom you administered medical help? Answer, yes. Question, can you tell us those names? Answer, it was Sokol Sopi and Afrim Zhitia.
Në shkolla tjetër.
Did you mean the school or somewhere else?
Gashi.
Because there was Osman Gashi.
Counting till 5, it helps us all.
Sokol Sopit dhe
Question. You personally, did you offer medical assistance to Sokol Sopi and Afrim Zhitia? Answer, yes. Question. Do you remember what kind of injuries they had? Answer, maybe they are better written in the book because the book was written 7 or 8 years ago. Sokol had multiple injuries, 7 or 8 injuries caused by shells. He had ruptures. He was in a very severe condition. I had to give him IV and then to open the wounds.
kjo ngjarje me Sokol Sopin, a ju kujtohet nga dita kur keni
Question. This event with Sokol Sopi, do you remember when it happened, taken from the day you arrived in Slash? Answer. As far as I remember, the event with Sokol was after the offensive.
A mundeni për afërsisht ditët me na i
Question. Can you tell us approximately the day or the days? Answer. The offensive was on the 18th. There we had other wounded persons on the 18th. I can freely say that on the 18th were more wounded persons, not only 2, about 10. Whereas on the 19th, these were brought from another village where they had been wounded. I think it was on the 19th. It was an offensive. We were going through trauma, and of course, we could not remember precisely the dates and the days.
For the next question, please wait 5 seconds till after the defense counsel has put the question to you. Yes.
A ju kujtohet Sokol
Question. Do you remember after you administered medical help to so-called Soapy, did he continue to stay in Slash, in that part where you offered him medical help, or was he taken to another location? Answer: so-called Soapy was taken away because the offensive started, and we prepared ourselves to evacuate the injured so that they don't fall in the hands of the Serbian forces. We had to carry the injuries to freer zones. So when he went to a freer zone, unfortunately, he fell into an ambush of the Serbian forces together with Isa Castrati. Fortunately, I was also in that car, but I went out to walk since the car was shelled directly. So that's how I overlived, survived, whereas so-called Soapy, Isa, and one other soldier, 3, were killed by the Serb forces. Question. Thank you, Madam Witness.
Defense counsel, I did not hear the last thing you said because I was still listening to the translation of what the witness was saying.
Oh, nothing, I just don't have more question. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, defense counsel.
Zonja dëshmitare, faleminderit shumë.
Madam Witness, thank you very much indeed.
Very well. I turn to the SPO. Madam Prosecutor, do you wish to proceed with the rejoinder examination of the witness?
No, Your Honors, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So there are no more questions I see from the Victims' Counsel. Very well. Mr. Hadri, you have been asked questions by the defense and by the SPO and by the Victims' Counsel. It's now the turn for the panel to ask you some questions. Bear with us a little bit more, and we hope that in this way, we can add some clarity to what you already stated today, yesterday, and in your prior statements. Let me see. No. The judge on my left-hand side will proceed with posing questions to you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Judge. Mrs. Adri, I have a few questions for you. Yesterday, on page 95 of the real-time transcript, you were discussing different rooms, and the following was said, and I have difficulties to follow and to understand, so I'm going to put you the question. I'm just going to read now what was said. There was this room for the women that was the headquarters, and there was this other room where the men would stay. That was your answer. Then there was another question saying, so when you said the place was very small, you're referring to the fact that the 2 rooms you visited first the one of the men, the headquarters, and the room of the women where you stayed were very small. Is that what you are saying? So, and then you reply, the rooms are small, they are close to one another, we were all in the same place. So here we have like 3 options. Either the women were in the headquarters, or the men were in the headquarters, or actually you were all in the same place. So could you explain? Was there someone sleeping in the headquarters, and who was there sleeping there?
I explained it very well yesterday. I don't know about the interpretation, but I explained it yesterday when you asked me about the sleeping room, that from the headquarters there were about 10 meters to go to the sleeping room, whereas in the room there were those variously mattresses or cushions where we sit to stay, and I don't know who's to there because I don't know who went there, because at the times of war you would sleep everywhere, on the oud, on the cushions, everywhere. I said yesterday that I have walked for about 10 meters and it might as well be 20 meters, and I went to sleep in this very small room, and the rooms were very similar to one another. In general, the rooms have been very small. We have not measured them, but there was no possibility to stay there. The men were staying separately from us, and the women were sleeping separately from them. So we had those like 4 or 5 mattresses we slept into, and we didn't see on how the men slept. This is what I said yesterday. I don't know whether you got me or not, but that's what I said.
Alors, in your defense, in the statement you gave to the defense, DSM 00138, it's page 5, you said, no one slept at the headquarters. So that's why I'm a bit confused, because in the defense statement you said no one slept at the headquarters, and yesterday I understood, although it was not so clear, that somebody was sleeping in the headquarters, either the men or the women. Could you clarify that only? Who was sleeping? Was there no one sleeping in the headquarters, as you said to the defense, or were there the men sleeping in the headquarters or the women? That's my question.
Madam Witness, could you please talk at a slow pace, because we have to follow it, and it should be possible for the interpreters to follow what you're saying. So please say what you need to say, but at a slow pace.
At the headquarters, nobody slept. The headquarters was different, was the one that I was describing with the cushions and mattresses. I didn't go there to see, so I told you yesterday, probably you have missed the room, because I told you that there was this yard, and I slept in my own room. I slept in the women's room. This is it.
Okay. You're constantly referring to the headquarters in your defense statement, in your statement today, yesterday, but you never qualify it. So I would like to ask you, the headquarters of what? Were you told what were the headquarters? The headquarters for what? For which unit, for which brigade, for what? Do you know that?
The headquarters was the headquarters for the soldiers. This is how we called it. We called it a headquarters. There was no other word for it. Those 2 rooms were referred to by the name of the headquarters.
Were never qualified as headquarters of something in particular, just the headquarters.
Correct. That's the name, the headquarters.
Okay. Thank you for that. On page 13, line 16 of yesterday's transcript, you said that you were brought to those headquarters and Seji Veseli came. Did he come to you, or were you brought to him? Because in the defense statement on page 4, you said that they brought me to him. So did he come to you, or were you brought to him? Do you remember that?
He came there. It was the room where he was staying, obviously, and there he came to see the doctor that had joined the war, and he came there to welcome me.
So he came to the room you were. You didn't go. You were not brought to him. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. He came to me.
What did you discuss with him? Do you remember?
Yes. We discussed about the risk So we discussed on how I went through the checkpoints. And I was the most talkative person out of the discussion because I was highly thrilled because of the fact that I was not killed by the Serb forces in the checkpoints. I described to him everything that I went through while I was going there. So he welcomed me, he wished the success to me, and he told me that you can continue your work as a doctor here. So we never had the occasion to recall those events with him any further, and I never had the occasion to recall what happened except for today.
Ask him what was he doing there.
No, I did not ask. I was not interested. I had my own profession.
You knew him as a technician in a lab in the hospital in Pristina. That's correct, no? You knew him from before.
Yes, I knew him from before. I know his family, his wife is a patient, and I knew him well before the war as well, and there was nothing more to talk about. The only topic of discussion was that I rescued from the enemy.
You were not surprised of seeing him as a military commander in Slash.
No, I was not surprised.
Is it natural for people working in a lab in an hospital to then become military commander in the KLA?
No, I was not surprised. He has always, including his family, himself, I mean, they have all fought for the rights of Albanians in Kosovo. They were an honest family, and it was only fair for him to be a commander of that area. He is a very honest man, and he was a very good worker at the clinic as well.
So it was natural for you to see someone being a technician in a lab at the hospital becoming military commander. You were not surprised at all.
No, I was not surprised at all, because what was required there was for someone with strength, somebody that was agile. So he had taken that position. I might as well be in the position of a commander.
Okay. Another question is, after the offensive, apparently you left Slash on 19 April. Did you go back to Slash? After the offensive, after 19 April?
After the 19th of April, right?
Yes. Did you?
Yes. We returned because the Serb forces were following us every step of the way, and they would not allow us to place the patients in lab where we were sent in Kochakol. And these soldiers, who were brave soldiers, so they saved us, they made us survive, and there was this group of soldiers that sent us to Slash, and Slash was in flames. It was totally burned down, it was totally destroyed, and we had no place to sleep. We slept in the burned out trees, wood. So we were about for 3 hours there, and the Serb forces actually found out that we were in Slash. They shelled us again, and we had to get back from where we were again. So this all lasted for 2 hours. We didn't see a thing.
Remember which day?
In Slash, from what I remember, it was on the 19th or the 20th. Probably I'm not accurate with the date, but it might either be on the 19th or the 20th.
Serbs did not stay in Slash, they just shelled the houses.
No.
So they were destroyed, Slash was destroyed, you came back, there was nowhere for you to stay in Slash. Am I correct?
És te called
Everything was burned down to the roots. The woods, the trunks were burned down as well, and we sat in the tree trunks that were burned down. The aim of the forces, of the Serbian forces, was attained. Slash was burned down.
Did you try to go back to what you call the headquarters?
There was no headquarters.
But did you see that? Did you see them destroyed?
There was nothing. Everything was destroyed.
Not completely, actually, because the picture which were showed to you were from 2006, so it was partly still standing. So did you go back? Did you see actually that those headquarters on the 20 after the Serbs withdrew? Did you see it?
I saw it that it wasn't there, but I'm not referring to the walls that were still standing because everything was destroyed. We ate there because we had not eaten for 2-3 days. We were in the mountains, so we ate while we were standing. And that's something that I've reflected in the diary as well. And probably you've read it because I said that we started to eat, but we couldn't finish eating because the shelling by the Serbian forces started. So there were some walls standing, but I was not focused into seeing the details. I didn't know that I would be giving the statement.
Okay. Then around 1920, you left again Slash because the Serbs were shelling, and then you left for good. You didn't come back to Slash. Am I right?
We never got back. We were sent to Kachakol together with the wounded. Kachakola was burned down as well. And there was a lot of smoke, which was like terrible for us to breathe with that smoke. The Serbian forces were there, but nonetheless we managed to penetrate there. So we remained in Kerchakol over the night, and then from there we went to Lab, and I never got back. As a matter of fact, I've always wanted to get back to see that area where our men fought.
The last time you saw Slash was more or less on 20 April. Is that correct?
Yes, more or less.
Very much for all your answers. I have finished with my question, presiding judge. Thank you so much, Madam Adri.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Hadri, we have reached the end of your testimony, and I would like to thank you for your efforts putting into giving your testimony, which I believe that will be of help for us to find the truth. Yeah. So again, thank you very much. I wish you a safe journey home, and I remind you that you should not discuss your testimony you have given before the specialist chambers with anyone. Madame Court Usher, could you accompany Madame Witness out?
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Very well. What we will do is have a break now of 30 minutes, so a quarter of an hour earlier than scheduled normally, and then we will proceed with the testimony of the victim's witness 1700, which is Madame Ibadete Kanoli Kachu. The hearing is adjourned for 30 minutes.
All rise. rise.
Please be seated. Okay, welcome back. I will call the appearances. I see that you are in the same position, but with a change of seats.
Yes, Your Honours, indeed. Same composition, but we have changed the seats as the leading counsel for the next witness will be different, namely myself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Victims' Counsel, I see that both you and Madame Poes are present, and Madame Poes, I assume, very well, and the defense is also in the same position as it was before, and Mr. Mustafa is also present. Very well. We proceed now with the testimony of defense witness 1700. This is Madame Ibadete Kanoli Kachu. Madame Court Usher, can we please usher the witness into the courtroom, please? Mrs. Kanoli Kachu, good morning and welcome to the specialist chambers.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you very much for the welcoming.
I see that you can hear me fine.
Yes.
First of all, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Ms. Kanoli Kachu, today we will start with your testimony. You are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the Specialist Prosecutor's Office against Mr. Salih Mustafa in order to assist the panel to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the defense counsel and by the counsel for the Specialist Prosecutor's Office and the Victims' Counsel. And at the end, by the members of the panel. Yes. I would like to provide you, like I do with all the witnesses, with some guidance for answering the questions you will be asked. Mrs. Kanoli Kachu, please listen carefully to each question. If you don't understand, feel free to ask for the question to be repeated. We want you to tell the truth. We want you to tell us what you heard, what you sensed, what you experienced, and yourself. So if you found out in some other way, please inform the panel and explain us how. You may not remember all the details of what happened, and this is perfectly fine. Just testify on what you remember. So if you say, I don't know, I don't remember, please inform us. Please answer the questions and don't deviate from the question. If we need further clarification, we will ask you. So try to stay focused. And I remind you that if the questions you are asked, if answering them may incriminate you can refrain from answering them. Do you understand all this?
Yes, I do.
I would like to give you also some practical advice for giving your testimony. Everything that is said in this courtroom is translated and recorded. And therefore it's important that you talk into the 2 microphones in front of you. Yeah. So maybe if you need to adjust them to be able to talk into them like you're doing now, that can certainly help. Speak clearly and speak at a slow pace because that will allow the interpreters to translate everything. And this slow pace, I will repeat it, it's very important because if you start talking very quickly, then it's very complicated to translate and for us to follow. And what we want is to hear your testimony and to understand it. You should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has stopped with the question, and then add 5 seconds. And that will feel very unnatural, but please try to keep this 5 seconds in mind. And it could be that at the beginning I will be interrupting you sometimes because it has appeared that it's not easy at the beginning to respect those 5 seconds, but they are essential for us to follow the translation from the defense counsel and afterwards hearing what you are saying. And if that overlaps, then for us it's impossible, yeah? Because the translator can only translate one of the 2. Very well. If I raise my hand, please stop talking. And why do I raise my hand? Because if I start talking, then we have another overlapping speaker. Yeah. Do you speak English?
I understand.
In that case, if one of the parties or the victims' counsel, if they want to discuss something regarding the content of the question that is posed to you, I will ask Madame Court Usher to usher you out of the courtroom. Then we can discuss freely the content of the question, and then you will be asked to come back in order to avoid influencing you by what is discussed in the courtroom. Yeah? If you have any questions, if you need a break, please raise your hand, and then I will give you the floor, and then you can explain what is needed. Have you understood all this?
Yes, I have.
As I must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Madam Court Clerk, could you please assist the witness with the solemn declaration to tell the truth? Madame Canoli Kachu, read the text provided to you, please.
In the judgment,
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you very much, Madame Canoli Kachu. You are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony of the witness, starting with the question by the defense counsel. We recall that we have authorized the defense to question the witness in abeyance by email already from 19 April at 12:23, so that has been put on record now. You have estimated 2 hours, defense counsel, and as usual, please inform the panel if there is a change in the duration you think you will be needing. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I will inform.
And for reasons of planning, defense counsel, we will be having now 1.5 hour of session. So till 1:45 we will continue.
Yes, okay. Mirëdita, zënja dëshmitare.
Good morning, Madam Witness. Answer. Good morning. Question. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the events in Kosovo from March and April 1999. During this period of time, where was it that you lived? Answer. At the beginning of March 1999, I lived in Pristina. I worked with Flora Brovina, that was a pediatrician, in her clinic, up until the 24th of March, when the NATO bombing started. From the 24th of March up until the 31st of March, I stood in my house. On the 31st of March, so the population of Kosovo started being expelled from Pristina, and the Serbian forces wanted to have an ethnic cleansing in Pristina, and they expelled us from our houses. From that date up until the 16th of April, I stood in the house of Afrim Gashuk with my white family, whereas in Ramur, whereas from the 20th of March, I joined the guerrilla of Pristina in Zlash. Question, so that it becomes clearer for myself.
That nga 16 marsi ju jeni.
When was the time when you joined the guerrilla?
5 in your head, and maybe what you can do is I look at the defense counsel, Madam Witness, as long as I'm listening to him, and then when I look to you and I nod, then you can start talking. Yeah? It's going to be kind of difficult at the beginning, but you will get the hang of it.
Question, once again, when was it that you went to Zlash? Answer, on the 16th of April. Question, why is it that you are so convinced that it was the 16th of April? Answer, because it was 2 days before the offensive.
Please look at me until I nod, because while you start talking, I'm still listening to his question, so I cannot hear what you are saying. Do you understand the mechanism? So it's really important. Don't answer right away. We have the time. Need be also tomorrow, so we are not in a hurry. And I understand that this is a different setting, so I understand that it's not easy, but please, before talking, look in my direction and I will nod. Yeah? Please continue, Defense Counsel. Maybe, please, could you repeat the question and then we can start.
Yes, thank you.
How do you know it was the 16th of April, the day that you went to Zlash? Answer, because that was 2 days before the offensive started in the area of Zlash where we were located. Question. Why do you take the decision to go to Zlash? Answer, I have contributed to the army even before. I have been part of the unit, but I was active in Pristina. At that time, the military and paramilitary forces got closer to the place that I was living, and because of security reasons of the people that were living there, I decided to go and join the army. Question, you said that you were a member of the army and a member of the unit. Can you please tell us which unit you're talking about? Answer: from March of 1998, I have contributed for the army of the KLA. In particular, I've contributed in the area of Pristina, and I have worked with Flora Bovina. I have worked with wounded people. Whereas when it comes to the contacts with the guerrilla soldiers, the contacts were again in that center.
Guerrilla.
Question: the guerrilla, did it have a name, a specific one? Answer: the guerrilla was called BIA. They were the initials of the three heroes of the nation, Bari, Agron, and Ilir. Question: how did you go to Slash? How did you travel to reach Slash? Answer: on foot. Question: were you all by yourself or were you accompanied by somebody else? Answer: at the beginning, 2 days ago, I asked the owner of the house to get me in touch with the soldiers, and that day, 3 soldiers came to pick me up. Question: do you remember how long did it take for you to go to Slush? Answer: probably more than 3 hours. Question: the 3 soldiers that were with you while you were going towards Slush, were they as well members of the BIA guerrilla? Answer: I do not know. I don't remember. Question: when you arrived in Slash, do you remember where you went? In what part of Slash was it that you went to? Answer: I apologize for not knowing the territory because I was born in Pristina myself, but probably they were the last houses in the village. Question: when you arrived to these houses, can you please describe to us about what the place looked like? So what was the place like? How many houses were there? Was there just one house or more houses? Can you please describe it? Answer: I can't provide details in my description because a very long period of time has passed, but there were some scattered houses. I can say that. Question: when you arrived in Slash, in those houses, did you have to inform somebody of your presence? Answer: no. Question: did someone has to be reports about your presence there, that you as a member of the unit were in that place? Answer: some of them knew me, but I reported to no one. The owner of the house reported to them that I was there in their house, but I didn't have to report to anyone about my presence. Question: do you remember who you met with from the people that you already knew from the past? Answer: at the end of the yard, I remember that there was this well. In vicinity of the well, I met with Isaac Castrati. Question: who was Isaac Castrati? Answer: Isaac Castrati was a leader of the guerrilla, and he was somebody that I had met in Pristina as well. Question: Did you stay in that part, in those houses afterwards?
Po.
Answer, yes, for 2 days. Question, do you remember where you settled there?
Në objektin e SIP.
Answer, in the building that was in vicinity of the well that I was describing. It was a building that was built later than the other buildings. So there was this small room, and there was in this small room where there was this infirmary and a small bed, and there was where I was settled.
Your permission, I will kindly ask the court officer to put on screen one document. It is photograph of house.
Madam Court Officer, please proceed.
Yes, thank you. DSM 00159. Zonja dëshmitare,
Madam Witness, can you see a picture in your screen? Answer, yes. Question. On the left-hand side of this photo, can you see your name and your signature? Answer, yes. Question. Do you know this area, these buildings that are depicted in this photo? Answer, I cannot tell.
kur thuani nuk mundem të definoj.
When you say, I cannot tell, does that mean that you don't know this place or you don't remember? Answer, I remained there only for 2 days. I was mostly inside and I was preparing for the offensive that would start. Therefore, it's not that I've moved a lot in the yards, and I don't remember. Question, thank you.
Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
You can remove this photo, please, and put DSM 00156. Zonja dëshmitare, a keni një foto?
Question. Madam Witness, do you see a photo in your screen? Answer, yes. Question. From this photo, can you identify where this part is located? Answer, I do not remember.
Gjatë kohës kur
Question. During the time you were in Salih, have you seen these buildings at all? Answer, I told you before that I have not moved a lot in the yard and I don't remember that I've seen these buildings. That's not fixed in my mind.
Faleminderit.
Question, thank you.
Yes, thank you. DSM 00160. Zonja dëshmitare,
Madam Witness, in this photo, one can see a red line. Do you remember of having drawn that line yourself in this photo? At the time that the defense counsel approached you and you gave the statement to him? Answer, yes.
çka tregon objekt
Question. What is the building that is marked with this line or arrow?
Mendoj se këtu ka
Answer, I think that the well was here as the tree was close to the well, and I talked about this tree before.
pra kjo
Question. So this tree, this is the place where you met with Isa Kastrati at the day that you arrived in Slush, is that correct?
Po.
Answer, yes.
I remember we discussed a well. Did we also discuss a tree? I ask you.
only for the tree.
No, I will put it differently. In the statement of the witness, has there been a tree? Has there been a tree been discussed before today? I only remember a well.
I'm going to find in the transcript.
So I'm not talking about the prior statement of the witness.
No, this thing.
Yeah, what she said today. Okay.
Isa Kastrati.
Well, was here as the tree was close to the well. Okay. What we can do is, if we don't find it right away, Madam Witness, you were referring now to a tree. Could you say something more about where this tree was positioned?
Answer, the tree was within the yard, it was in vicinity to the well, and it was on there that Isa Kastrati was leaning into, and he was listening to the news.
Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
Yes, thank you. Zonja dëshmitare,
Question. Madam Witness, can you please describe the building that you recall that was located near the well and which can also be identified here in this photo? I'm talking about the building on the right-hand side of the well.
Mendoj që ky ka qenë
Answer, I believe that this was the newer building where I stood into a part of it, one part of it, that is, whereas on the other part there were the soldiers and two families with children, the family of Fatmir Humoli and of somebody else.
a ju kujtohet sa kohë që ndruat në Zllash?
Question, do you remember how long did you stay in Zlash for? Answer, in the evening of the 16th, I started immediately to clean the venues. There were some blankets. We used these blankets to make stretches. On the 17th, I also prepared additional material. On the 18th, the shelling started in the morning. On the 18th, on the 20th, we spent the night in the woods in an open sky up until the 21st, when we got the wounded persons and we went to Umayyads. Therefore, I stood there from the 16th up until the 20th.
Move.
Defense counsel, I would like to go back to the page where we are now on page 24, line 4, because I don't understand the answer very well of the witness. So I prefer to clarify it before we continue. Madam Witness, you were asked to describe the building that you recall that was located near the well. Yeah, and then you give us testimony. This was the newer building where I stood into. What do you mean that you stood into? You were staying there, or what were you doing there? Or that you were there when you talked to Mr. Castrati?
Aty kam qëndruar pas.
That's where I stayed there following my arrival. For the length of my duration, for the length of my stay there, I stayed in that building.
Okay, so you stayed in that building we have seen. You stayed in that building we have seen on the picture, and then you say into a part of it, and whereas in the other part there were the soldiers and 2 families with children. Do I understand well that you mean to say that this house where you stayed, you shared it with soldiers that were also staying there and 2 families?
Po, kanë
Yes, those were female soldiers.
Okay, let me see if we have now clarified this all. Okay, and that was the family of Fatmi Humoli and of somebody else. Okay, thank you, Madam Witness.
Your Honor, she mentioned the name of the person, the other person, but it was not in a transcript.
Okay, I will ask the question.
The families, please.
I understand, thank you. Do you remember who the name of the families who were staying there? You mentioned, I see here in the record, in the transcript, the family of Fatmir Humoli. Do you also remember the name of the other family?
po.
Yes. We called him the old man, Aja Mehdi, Uncle Mehdi.
Defense counsel, please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Zonja dëshmitare, that
Question. You mentioned the word newer or house for this particular building. To your recollection, were there were there other buildings around this particular building?
Afër saj ka qenë kuzhinë.
In its vicinity, there was a kitchen, and above were, I believe, the rooms where the soldiers stayed, but I did not go there.
në këtë
Question. Were there any other buildings in this area for various purposes? Answer, I don't know.
gjatë kohës sa keni
Question. During the time you spent in Slush, did you meet Salih Mustafa? Answer, I met Salih Mustafa on the 21st when we started with the evacuation of the wounded to Mayans. Question, did you meet him before that date?
Para as escolhas na Zlosh, no Pristina.
Before going to Slash, yes, in Pristina, but during the days that I spent in Slash, no. Question, when you met him in Pristina, do you remember what was the reason you met with Salih Mustafa? Answer, as far as I remember, Salih Mustafa was responsible for the security of the civilians and the soldiers in the area where he was operating, and he shared the responsibility with Dr. Flora Brovina, and I met him in the clinic of this doctor. Question, during these days, did you offer medical help to a civilian or a member of the army who were in Slush? Answer, yes.
Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor. Do we need to usher the witness out?
Not necessarily. And the question was simply, could be confusing because the question was, the question started with the words during these days. And in the prior lines, we were discussing the issue of meeting the witness with Salih Mustafa in Pristina. So during which days? Those in Pristina, those in Zlash? Maybe my learned colleague could be a little bit clearer about this, not to confuse the witness.
I think it's, I see your point.
Thank you.
Defense counsel, please proceed, taking into account the suggestion of Mr. Prosecutor.
Question, Madam Witness. Between 16th and 21st of April, while you were in Slush, did you administer medical help to a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army or a civilian that was there in Slush?
Po.
Answer, yes. Question, this medical help for soldiers, was it provided to soldiers who did simply not feel well or who were injured?
Edhe gjatë plagosës.
Both to those who were wounded and those who were not feeling well. There were some who suffered from a cold or diarrhea, and we administered help to all of them. Question, during your stay in Slush, and that is between the 16th and 21st of April, did you leave the area where you were staying at any time? That is the house that we saw on the photograph.
Ndoshta vetëm një herë.
Answer, perhaps just once, when we had to withdraw an injured Osmani, and I left for a short time for 300 to 400 meters together with some soldiers, but not on any other location. Question, do you remember during the time when you went to that location in Slush and during the days that you spent there, was that area encircled?
But wait, encircled by whom?
Merethoi.
By a fence.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Please proceed, Madam Witness.
Jo. Kan
Answer, no. There were some slates from wood, like half circled, as we call them in our jargon, but it was not entirely circled.
Sa ju keni qëndruar në Zllash?
Question. During the time you spent in Slush, these buildings, were they guarded by guards? Were there guards? Answer, no, I did not see something like that. Question. During your time in Slush, did you see any detained persons? Namely, persons isolated or kept in isolation in a specific area?
Jo.
Answer, no.
Gjatë kohës sa ju keni qenë
Question. During your time in Slush, did you see or did you hear of anybody being ill-treated in that particular location?
Jo.
Answer, no.
gjatë kohës
Question. During your time in Slush, in that particular location, were there any other soldiers apart from those who you knew from before?
Ka pas
Answer. There were soldiers with uniforms and soldiers without uniforms. Not all of us had uniforms. I knew some of them because they used to live in my neighborhood. I did know some soldiers, but I could not know each and every one of them. I was responsible for the medical part, and it was impossible for me to know all the soldiers. Question. During the time you spent in Slush, in that location, were there also civilians? Answer, yes.
gjatë kohës sa ju
Question. During the time you were in Slush, in that location, were you free to leave that location?
nuk më ka pengu kërkush, po s'mu kanë dhënë mundësitë.
Nobody prevented me to leave, but I had no opportunity to leave.
gjatë kohës sa ju keni qenë në Zllash
Question. During your time in Slush, in that location, and had you had the opportunity to leave that location, was it necessary for you to get a permission from someone to be able to leave?
Jo.
Answer, I don't know. No.
gjatë asaj kohe sa ju keni
Question. During your time in Slush, in that location, do you remember if there was electricity in there?
Jo.
Answer, no.
Atë kemi mush me vaj, trita të vogla dhe me akuma.
we would use a small light with petroleum, and we also used the car batteries to make light.
Ju personalisht, a ju kujtohet a keni pa televizor na?
Question, you personally, do you remember yourself watching TV at any point in time in that locality? Answer, no.
Ditën kur jeni taku me Isa,
Question, the day you met with Isa Kastrati, the day you arrived in Slash on the 16th of April 1999, after that day or date, did you ever meet Isa Kastrati again?
E kam taku çdo ditë.
Answer, I met him every day up to the 21st when he was killed.
a e dini ngjarjen si është vra?
Question, do you know how he was killed?
Kemi qenë duke i tërhequr.
Answer, we were evacuating the wounded. He was in a vehicle together with Afrin Biti and so-called Sopi at a junction. We had a plan to continue towards Mayans. He continued towards another direction. We heard the shooting, and that's when he was killed, in that exchange of fire with the enemy.
Gjatë kohës sa ju keni qenë
Question, during the time you spent in Slash, 16th to 21st of April, do you remember meeting or seeing a doctor there?
Nuk jam e sigurt.
Answer, I'm not quite sure about the date. Between the 19th and 20th, soldiers who were on the front line came and told me that a wounded was at a distance at 400 meters away from the location and was being stitched by somebody. During that time, there was heavy shelling. There was also frontal warfare. So I asked the soldier to go and see who that was. I went there near her. I greeted her, asked her who she was, and she said, I'm Dr. Hadri, Teuta Hadri, a gynecologist by profession. And I said, Doctor, I apologize, but in these circumstances, you cannot continue to stitch the wounded. It's a medical rule that the wounded first has to be secured a safe environment for the wounded and for yourself. It is okay if you administer first aid, but not much more than that. So we transferred the wounded in these stretches, makeshift stretches. I gave him an IV, I bandaged the wound, and in the evening he was treated further by the doctor.
Gjatë kohës sa ju keni qenë në Zllash, 16 prill 21.
During your time in Zlash, 16th to 21st of April 1999, did you ever hear of somebody being addressed with the name Tabuti?
Jo.
Answer, no.
Gjatë kohës
Question, during your time in Slash, that is between 16th and 21st of April 1999, did you ever hear anybody addressed by the name of Dardan?
Jo.
Answer, no.
Gjatë kësaj kohë sa ju keni qenë në Zllash,
Question, during your time in Slash, 16th to 21st of April 1999, did you ever hear someone address somebody else with the name Ilmi Vela? Answer, no.
kësaj kohë
Question, during this time frame, 16th, 21st of April 1999, there in Slash, did you ever hear somebody being called by the name of Vdekia? Answer no.
Your Honor, just a short consultation with my team.
Please proceed, Defense Counsel.
Yeah, thank you. Your Honor, I do not have more questions for this witness.
Thank you, Defense Counsel.
Zonja dëshmitare, faleminderit.
Question, Madam Witness, thank you. The defense has no further questions for you. Answer, thank you.
Very well. Yes, Mr. Prosecutor, would you have a preference to that we go for a break now and you prepare for a cross-examination, or you say we can start right away?
Your Honors, I would kindly request for a break because I would like to have my references ready for the cross-examination.
Very well. Then we will proceed as follows. It's now 12 o'clock. So 5 minutes past 12. We will take our usual 1.5 hour lunch break till 1:30, and then we will continue with the testimony of Madame Witness. So, Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness out? You will come back. Will be brought back into the courtroom at 1:30, and then we will continue with the cross-examination by the counsel for the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will break and we will resume at 1:30.
All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. Yes, now I note that we are in the same composition as before the break. Very well. Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness in? As soon as the witness is in, I will give an oral order. Welcome back, Madam Witness.
Thank you.
We start with the cross-examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. I will give an oral order. The SPO has requested leave from the panel via email dated 11 May 2022 at 10 minutes to 9 in the morning to use a number of newly disclosed items in cross-examination of defense witness 1700. The material concerned was disclosed shortly thereafter at 8 minutes to 9 that morning. The panel notes that the newly disclosed items are open source material, are limited in length and scope, and have been collected in recent days in preparation for the witness cross-examination. Further, the defense does not oppose to the use of these items by the SPO. Accordingly, the panel finds that the SPO has shown good cause for not disclosing the material previously and authorizes the SPO to use it during its cross-examination of defense witness 1700 pursuant to paragraph 31 on the decision on the conduct of proceedings, which is filing 170. And this concludes the panel's oral order. Mr. Prosecutor, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Ms. Katsiou. I hope I pronounced your surname correctly. I'm the counsel for the prosecution who will be asking you questions today, and I would very kindly ask you to focus on my questions, and if you give answers, to focus on your answer and don't expand in your answers, don't add any elements. If that does not happen, I'll have to kindly ask you to focus on my question. If I'm interested to know some more information, I'll kindly ask you to expand. And this is for the benefit of the proceedings and for the understanding of the panel about what you're saying in your testimony. Do you understand that, Ms. Katsiou?
I would rather you call me Zanoli because you are not pronouncing my last name very well.
I'll try my best, Ms. Zanoli. I would like to start with clarifying a few matters of your testimony that you gave earlier on today. Today you told us that you were a member of the unit called Pristina Guerrilla. You also said the the name of this unit was BIA. And you mentioned that on page 35, lines 12 to 13, and on page 37, lines 4-8. So is that correct, that you were indeed a member of Pristina guerrilla, also known as BIA?
Po.
Yes.
Could you tell the court since when you were a member of that unit?
Në listat e ushtrisë
In the soldier army list, I am included from the 13th of March 98 when I started my contribution working together with Dr. Flora Brovina.
Referring to?
Madam Witness, because we now have examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office in English, the problem of translation for the English-speaking persons is not there. So you don't have to wait for my nod to start talking, because now it's important for you that you hear everything that is translated from English into Albanian. Yeah? So you can answer next time when you have heard everything translated to you. Please answer the question of Mr. Prosecutor.
do të thotë gjatë vitit
During 1998 and the beginning of 99, I gave my contribution in Pristina. The guerrilla was part of Pristina.
My question was about the list. You mentioned a certain list that you were in. What list were you referring to?
në listat e ushtrisë së përgjithshme
The general list of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Are you referring to the list of the Kosovo Veterans Association? Is that the list you're talking about?
Po.
Yes.
And that you have a status of a veteran of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
You said that you feature on that list as a person who was in the KLA from the 13th of March 1998. My question initially, however, was about your membership of BIA. And let me repeat my question again. Since when were you a member of the BIA unit?
Nuk kemi listë definitive, po
From January 1999, when we started to give our contribution and the organization with Mr. Salih Mustafa, although we do not have a definitive list.
Just to clarify this issue, you became a member of the BIA unit from January 1999. Is that correct?
po.
Yes.
Ms. Zanoli, what was your position within the BIA unit?
Nuk kam pas pozitë definitive.
I did not have a definitive or specific position. I was responsible for health issue, for the health and well-being of the soldiers, of the civilian population, for everything that was related to health.
Being the member of the BIA.
Pas përfundimit të luftës,
When the war ended, I was no longer engaged and simply continued with my private life.
June, August, September of 1999, at least you could tell the court the month.
In September. September.
Today you testified that you worked with Dr. Flora Brovina in her clinic in Pristina, and we have it on pages 35 of the transcript, line 5 to 6, and on page 37, line 3. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
In medical training.
Unë edhe gjatë shkollës së mesme
During secondary school, I had finished the practical part in that clinic because our public institutions were occupied. And when I finished secondary school, I continued to work there as well. It was a pediatric clinic in the beginning, but later on it was also used for medical checkups of the civilians that were displaced in Pristina.
Was Flora Brovina a KLA doctor?
mendoj që po.
I think she was.
Was she a doctor of BIA?
Ajo ka qenë doktoresh pa
She was a doctor that made no distinction between soldiers or units.
In your testimony, and I'll find the quote quite quickly, I believe, you mentioned something to the effect that Flora Brovina and Salih Mustafa, they were working together, sharing responsibilities. Do you remember saying that?
Po.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? By them sharing responsibilities? Responsibilities for what or for whom?
Në rast të rrezikut
In case of danger in the municipality of Pristina, in its neighborhoods, the civilian population was to be withdrawn to the Golak mountainous area, and Mr. Mustafa had his responsibility there to oversee that area.
So Flora Brovina was assisting in these processes from the medical angle, and Mr. Mustafa was assisting that from the logistical angle, like evacuating people. Is that what you are saying?
po mendoj.
I believe so.
Was Flora Brovina arrested at some point during the war?
Pas ofenzivës së prillit,
After the April offensive, I do not know the exact date, Dr. Flora Brovina was arrested in her apartment at Bregu i Djelit neighborhood, the Sunny Hill neighborhood.
Who was the person in charge of the health issues for BIA guerrilla after she had been arrested?
mendoj atë përgjegjësi e mora unë detyrim.
I think I took up that responsibility as an obligation.
I think that after Flora Brovina's arrest, you became the main person for health issues for the BIA unit. Is that what you're saying?
Nga ditë
From the day when I joined the guerrilla, I took up many responsibilities. However, after Flora's arrest, I knew that I had to do many of the things there.
Slightly different. My question was, after her arrest, did you become the main health person for the BIA unit?
ju s'kom pas
No, I did not have such responsibility. I just did my best to help them.
Show a witness, and also your honors, a certain document that is pertaining to this matter, with your permission, of course, your honors.
Please proceed.
Madam Court Officer, I would like to pull up a document which bears the following ERN number: SPOE 00325986 to SPOE 003259998, and it's page 3. Your Honor, just for your information, this is the article published online on the website www.nistori.com on the 20th of May 2021, and it's entitled Kele Women, The Untold Stories. So if you could pull up on the screen. Right, and there is this, this is an Albanian version, but maybe also we could pull up an English version, so it's in a nutshell the same with the ET at the end. Ms. Zanoli, were you interviewed for this online article?
Po. Yes. But this is an article that was processed in the way those that published it wanted to write it. So I would not take like a full responsibility on how it was written.
Make a very specific reference to the part of this article which is displayed here on the screen. And for the record, I would like to read it. It's very short. So there is a certain photograph, and I believe this might be you. Is that correct, Ms. Zanoli?
Yes.
This. Ibadete Zanoli Katsiu was also a member of this unit and had started her activity as an apprentice nurse at Flora Brovina's, helping at the war-affected areas. Following Flora Brovina's arrest, Ibadete became the person in charge for health at BIA guerrilla unit. So my question to you would be again, were you, after Flora Brovina's arrest, were you the main person responsible for health in the BIA unit?
I think yes, but there were not so many offenses after Flora's arrest. There were not so many offensives. There were just simple trainings.
That Flora Brovina was arrested in April? Do I remember it correctly?
I do not remember the exact date, but it was after the April offensive. I found out later, once the offensive ended, I found out later that Flora Brovina was arrested. We did not have any information media to inform us.
Did you give a statement to the defense on the 27th of March 2021 in this case?
Yes, I was not asked about this responsibility.
Truth in that statement that you gave to the defense?
Yes.
Pull down a document from the screen and show another document. And this would be the defense statement of Ibadete Zanoli Katsiu, 27th of March 2021. Number would be DSM 00148 to DSM 00160, page 5.
And the reason that you would like to discuss this specific
I would
part?
like to simply remind the witness of something that she said about the time Flora Brovina was arrested, which coincides with apparently her taking up responsibilities for medical matters within BIA.
Thank you. Please proceed.
We could also pull up the although this is English, we could also pull up Albanian, but maybe it's a very short line, maybe you could simply interpret it. I'll read it to you, Ms. Zanoli. So you said to the defense the following things, questioned by the defense. Did you ever see Flora Borowina in Zlash? And your answer was no. But after the bombings, she was arrested in her own apartment. Where did the bombings in Kosovo start? The bombings you are referring to here in this statement.
From the 24th of March 1999, I did not meet Dr. Flora anymore. When we closed down the clinic, I did not see her anymore. And I found out about her arrest after the April offensive. It was sometime in early May. I do not remember the exact date, but after the day that I mentioned, I did not see Dr. Flora Borowina anymore.
And that, but in this statement you clearly said that she was arrested after the bombings, which took place on the 24th of March and not in April 1999. So, do you confirm that she was arrested already in March and not later? Or you want to tell us something different?
I do not know the date when she was arrested. The last day I met her was on the 24th of March. I found out about her arrest later on. The first day of the bombings was the 24th of March, and they continued for a longer time. So the last day I saw her was on the 24th of March.
Ms. Zanoli, were you, in addition to your medical assignments within the KLA, were you also a soldier of the KLA?
I was trained for my personal protection and for the protection of the wounded. I did not take part in combat. I only gave medical or health contribution.
During the war, especially, let's maybe narrow it down to March, April 1999, were you wearing a uniform?
Not in March, and also not during the offensive. By the end of April, I was given a uniform as a present during the withdrawal of the civilians. It was a military uniform that actually was too big for me. It was not my size, but I used it during those days.
Could we simply go back to the previous article that we have already seen and the photograph that we've seen? So this is again the document SPOE 00325986 to SPOE 00325998, page 3 again. So this is you, Ms. Zanoli, correct? On this photograph.
Yes.
Kosovo Liberation Army uniform.
Yes. This is a new uniform that was given to me as a present after the war. It was a uniform that I wore during the first parade of the KLA made after the liberation of Kosovo. It was the first time that I wore that new uniform.
Were you wearing in April 1999 when you were in Zlash?
Usually, I wore black jeans and a black top, and I had a white coat just to be distinct so that I could be recognized as a nurse.
April 1999. Were you also carrying weapons?
Ditët e ofensivës nuk kam
During the days of the offenses, I did not have a weapon, whereas when we started the transportation of the wounded, I was given a weapon for self-defense and for the defense of the wounded in case of danger, but I never used it.
With the permission of your honors, I would like to scroll down the same article that we have on the screen a little bit down. It's just a notch down, just a page down. So maybe let's take a look at the next page. The next one, when there is a next photograph, it's black and white in color. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Yes. And this is page 5, as far as I can see, correct? Thank you. Ms. Sanoli, do you recognize this photograph?
po.
Yes.
Photograph?
Po, jam e dy.
Yes, I'm the second.
This photograph depicts a few persons. On the right-hand side, there are 4 men marching in line with weapons, assault rifles. And then these 4 men are followed by 2 women. One of them is also carrying an assault rifle. Is that you? Is that you, the person who is second from the left on this photograph?
Po, është një armë e shkurt.
Yes, it's a short-barreled weapon.
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember the name. I think it was a German heckler. As I said, I used it for self-defense. I never fired it, and this photograph was taken just before the war ended in the village of Sharban, when we actually had the possibility to make a photo.
The other woman on this photograph?
Në fakt, këtë fotografi
In fact, there are 2 other women in this photograph. There are not 4 men. The second in the beginning is a Rosta. He helped me very much with the health issues. The interpreter did not hear the name of the following soldier. And then it's Emine, Ismaili's wife.
Very, very slowly go from right to left. And if you could give us the identities of those soldiers, that would be brilliant. So let's start from the first person on the right. What's his name?
I pari nuk shi.
The first cannot be seen on the photograph.
I dyti,
The second is Rusta.
veç Rusta e ka.
His name is just Rusta. I cannot remember his last name, but he helped me greatly with the transportation of the wounded.
Po.
Yes.
The third person, I'm sorry.
Personi i tretë është
The third person is Linda. She is from the family of the old man, Mehdi. She is the wife of his son.
Surname?
Lindita Aslani.
Lindita Aslani.
Remember?
Nuk e di.
I don't know. I met her later.
The fourth person, what's his
Personi i
name?
katërt nuk më kujtohet.
I cannot remember the fourth person. I cannot identify him.
At this moment, was he also a member of the BI unit?
Kjo foto është bëhet në fund.
This photograph was taken at the end of the war in Sharban. The soldiers were from all sides. They were not identified as a brigade soldier or a BIA soldier. We all acted together.
Person is yourself, and the last person on the photograph, that woman, what's her name?
Emine Fitiya Brahimi.
Emine Fitiya Brahimi.
Was she a member of the BIA?
Po, ishte bashkë.
Yes, she was together with her husband.
Her husband?
Ismail Brahimi.
Ismail Brahimi.
Your Honor, just under this photo, there is also a very short caption I would like to read for the record about Ms. Zanoli. It says, Ibadete, for her part, says she knew about the revolvers, but was trained by her comrades in arms about the automatic weapons and hand grenades. Is that correct? Mr. Zanoli? Ms. Zanoli?
Po, më kanë
Yes, they explained to me how these weapons were used because I had no knowledge.
Ms. Zanoli, you have discussed the issue of BIA. Could you tell us who the commander of the BIA was?
në atë kohë nuk e
At that time, I didn't know, but later on, I learned that it was Mr. Salih Mustafa.
That it was Salih Mustafa who was the commander of the BIA unit.
unë e kom ditë që ka pas një pozitë.
I knew that he had a leading position, but during the transportation of the wounded on the 21st of April, Mr. Mustafa was wearing a military uniform, and during the whole time, we knew that the villagers would be transported to the village, the wounded would be transported to the village of Mayans under the leadership of Salih Mustafa.
You knew that he was the BIA's commander on the 21st of April, 1999, correct?
Po pozitën e tij kom.
Yes, that is when I knew that he had a leading position.
From what you said, correct me if I'm wrong, you said something to the effect that people were saying that Salih Mustafa was the commander of this unit. Is that what you said?
Jo njerëz të rëndom të
No, the laypersons, the soldiers, when I was told how you're going to be evacuated, I've told them that under the leadership of Mr. Mustafa, we would send the wounded to Mayans. So Salih Mustafa was responsible for securing the path through which we would go to Mayans.
Evacuation a bit later. In the meantime, Your Honors, I would like to show the witness a photograph that depicts simply Mr. Salih Mustafa in a certain setting, and I would like to ask some questions to the witness.
Please put.
Thank you very much. So this is the same online article, again, 20th of May 2021, ERN SPOE 003259986 to SPOE 003259998, and this is page 1. We don't have to really show the English version, maybe the Albanian version of the article will suffice.
Okay,
If
let's
you could-
proceed like that.
If you could make this picture a bit bigger. Yes. Do you recognize this photograph, Ms. Zanoli?
Po, edhe kjo
Yes, I do. This picture was taken the same day that we had the parade in the streets of Pristina after liberation.
Was it?
nuk e di sakt.
I do not exactly know. That is a picture that I received from the photographer later than the day when the picture was taken, and that is a picture taken in the stadium of the city.
You're referring to. Could you at least tell the court the month and the year when this parade and this photograph took place and this photograph was taken?
I think it was June 1999. About the date, I don't remember. I can't say.
Salih Mustafa on this photograph?
Yes, he is. He is close to me. He is wearing the red hat.
Photograph, there is a person in the red hat and you're a
Yes.
person sitting next to you is yourself. Could you tell the court on which side of Salih Mustafa or where in relation to Salih Mustafa you're sitting? There are several women there.
I'm on the left-hand side. I'm looking towards the sky.
Do I see correctly that you hold your hand on the shoulder of Salih Mustafa?
No, that's not my hand. It's the hand of the other people above in the picture.
There are people in this photograph.
I know some of them, but I don't know some others. Shurete Koshatsi, Salih Mustafa, and then it's myself. The person here at the corner is Bashkim. I don't know the others.
Surname is?
I don't know his surname.
These people on these photographs, are they the members of the BIA unit?
No, not all of them are a member of the BIA units. They are members of other units as well. It was the entire lab operational zone, and there are civilians as well that joined us in the picture. There is a child that I can see in the picture as well.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Salih Mustafa and you knowing him, could you tell the court, if you remember, since when you knew Salih Mustafa?
Probably since the beginning of 1999. I told you that I worked for Flora Brovina back in 1999, and I met with Mr. Isaac Asrati and Salih Mustafa back then. They were talking to the doctor, to Flora, but sometimes it happened that I was present at the venues of the clinic as well.
The stand were happening, or the meeting happened at the clinic of Flora Brovina in Pristina. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Met Salih Mustafa was in January 1999 in that clinic. Is that correct?
I think it was January. It was a cold month. I can't exactly tell you the month, but I have met with him several times. I've not met him just once. I have met him sometimes.
What is your current relationship with Salih Mustafa? How would you describe it?
He was a formerly politically prosecuted and imprisoned person. He has contributed a great deal to his nation, to the civil population. He has given everything from himself to the liberation of the country. After the war, I have not kept a lot of contacts with either Mr. Mustafa or other persons either. So I had my own career, I built my own family, therefore I have not maintained any relations after the war.
Or were you meeting with him on any occasions? And if so, what were those occasions?
No, I did not meet him after the war. Just the day that we had the parade, and from that day onwards, I just withdrew. I did not have any contacts with anyone. I looked into my own personal life from that day onwards.
Salih, you were the member of the BIA, and your function there was primarily the medical function, but you were also a soldier carrying weapons. And Mr. Salih Mustafa was the commander of your unit, so I understand he was your commander, correct?
I see that Madam Witness is nodding. Do I interpret it correctly? Were you saying yes?
Yes.
Kurt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Then, was he able to issue orders to you?
I've never received an order from him.
Received orders from him. What I'm trying to get from you is that, as you have admitted yourself, you are the member of the BI unit, and he was the BI unit's commander. My question was he able, in his capacity as the commander, order any orders to you? Was he able to do that?
He could have given me orders and I would have implemented them. That is the task of every soldier in the world.
Able to give orders to other members of the BI unit?
I can't give an answer to this question because I haven't seen him order someone do something. At the time that I was in Salih, I've seen blood, I've heard shots. I have not had any contacts, but during the evacuation with Mr. Mustafa, I've seen him several times because he was accompanying us to the other place with the wounded person.
I would like to ask you a few questions exactly about this matter. And you spoke about this evacuation already today earlier, and we have it on page 44, lines from 18 to 22, when you said that you met Salih Mustafa for the first time in Salih on the 21st of April when the evacuation of the wounded was taking place, correct?
Yes.
What was the role of Salih Mustafa in the evacuation of the wounded?
To secure the roads in order for us to be able to transport the wounded up until the village of Mayans. He was responsible for that aspect, namely to secure the path that we would travel into in order to send the wounded to Mayans.
Himself carrying out the evacuation, or was he supervising this evacuation? How would you describe his role? Like a coordinator or the person who was himself doing that, or maybe both?
He was the supervisor. He supervised, so he checked the road. He was leading us, and he was waiting for us. He went earlier, so he walked before us, and he made sure that the road was clean.
When he was, as you said, coordinating this evacuation, did you hear him or see him giving any orders, guidelines, directions to anybody?
During the transportation process, I was in a vehicle with one of the wounded that was in the most serious health condition. So he was injured in his backbone, in his column. I couldn't hear the discussions that he held, but that is something that I saw from a distance.
Distance, what exactly? Let's clarify it for the court. What did you see? And again, what I'm trying to establish, just not to confuse you, I'm trying to establish whether you saw, even from a distance, or heard Salih Mustafa giving orders or giving directions. Could be verbal order, verbal direction. Could be the way he was, his body showing somebody something. What did you see?
There there were gestures, and he would say something as well. So, for instance, I remember a place where we were cleaning the wounds of one of the wounded persons, and I wanted to give antibiotics to this person because the wounded had started to be infected. And he told me not to give him the pill that was against the allergy. It was there that Mr. Mustafa came and asked on whether there was any problem. And I explained that Avni was allergic to one of the medications, and he was explaining to me that that medication should not be given to him. Nothing else. So he tried to be as close as possible to us.
During the evacuation with one of the wounded people, you saw something from a distance. What did you see from the distance? What did you want to say?
In one of the junctures we stopped, I saw Mr. Mustafa just waving his hand, showing that we should continue straight forward. It was not that he was communicating to me, but that sign was addressed to the drivers.
I understand. I understand. Thank you very much.
Mr. Prosecutor, allow me just to put one question without too much interrupting your cross-examination. You spoke about Mr. Salih Mustafa being supervisor during the evacuation. Did I get that right?
Yes.
What do you mean with supervising? Because if you say, I will tell you how I understood it, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong. The supervisor is the person who is leading, controlling, organizing an evacuation. So I don't understand why you are now telling us, I didn't see anything, I don't know anything about it, but you could say that he was a supervisor. For me, you have to tell the truth here. So please be a little bit more clear on what you meant on that. And then I've seen that the picture has been taken away, but I would like to ask one more question about the picture. But anyway, please, you have the floor.
Yes. I said that he was responsible for securing the road. I didn't negate that. He was responsible for overseeing the road. He was the person in charge for making sure that the road was cleared.
You used the word supervisor. What did you mean with that? Okay. He was the supervisor. He supervised, so he checked the road. He was leading us and he was waiting for us. He went earlier, walked before us and made sure the road was clean. He was coordinating this evacuation. What do you mean with he was coordinating the evacuation? How do you coordinate, would be my question to you, without telling people how to do things?
There were other soldiers there as well. Those that were transporting the wounded soldiers and persons, so they just made sure that the path, that the road was cleared, and we continued after them. So this is what I wanted to say. I don't know whether I was clear enough or not.
It is not clear at all for me for now, because I don't want to play hide and seek here. He was coordinating this evacuation. That's what you just said. And for the record, page 70, line 10. What do you mean with he was coordinating the evacuation?
What I meant is that he was not alone. There were other soldiers that helped him in this direction. We were responsible to send the wounded persons to Mayans, where the hospital for more serious interventions was located. So that was our task.
Means that together with other people, that you as a main person, yeah, tell other people what to do. That's that you have a coordinating position. So I don't understand your clarification in relation to this word coordination, but I've heard what you said. So I leave it for now here. Mr. Prosecutor, it's just one small question, one question I want to ask about the picture, and then we can take it away.
Of course.
Thank you. Madam Witness, next to Mr. Mustafa, on the right-hand side, so you explained to us that you were on the left side, looking up. The person on the right-hand side, do you know who that is?
Shurite Goshalci.
Okay. And there is a woman standing behind Mr. Mustafa, right behind him. Do you know who she is? And if it's not clear, maybe Madam Court Usher, could you provide the witness with a pencil, and then we can make sure that we are indicating the person standing. Yes, but you have put a blue little mark. Who is that person? If you know, of course.
She was a soldier, but I don't remember her name. She was during the time there.
Next to the person on the left side of the person you indicated with this blue mark, maybe you can mark the next person with a circle to the left. Okay, yes, that I want to know too. Do you know who she is?
She was a soldier too. Menda.
Does she have more names than Menda?
I don't remember.
Yeah, could you do that? Because for the record, that's easier. Thank you. And then if we go to the right, the person standing on the right side of that person, you can mark it with 2. Do you know who she is?
No, I don't know the other persons. They are soldiers from all the lab operational zone. Probably they are not soldiers at all, but they got a uniform. They took the picture with us.
Yeah, just asking. And you marked the person standing behind Mr. Mustafa with a small mark in blue. Can you put 2 there? And then repeat the name of the person?
I don't remember the name, but I know that I have met this person during the war. Like I said, I don't remember the name.
I didn't get that right. Okay, is there is there a woman on this picture that you do recognize?
Shireta, that I already mentioned. She's here.
Number 1, or not? Oh,
yes. Number 1, Menda. This person here, number 3, I don't know her name.
And is there somebody else on the picture, being a woman, that you recognize?
This guy here, the others, no, the others I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you for your efforts. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honours. Mrs. Zanoli, coming back to this coordination issue, so far, and we have it on page 71, lines 9 to 12, you said In one of the junctures, we stopped. I saw Mr. Mustafa just waving his hand, showing that we should continue straight forward. It was not that he was communicating to me, but that sign was addressed to the drivers, correct? Did you see Salih Mustafa during that evacuation in any other situation where he was making similar gestures to the others?
No. No, just he stopped and he would say, he would ask us, how are you? How are the wounded persons? Do you need anything?
Did you hear from anybody during the evacuation, or maybe later, that it was indeed Salih Mustafa who was coordinating that evacuation?
No. This is my opinion. Nobody told me.
If you cast your mind back to that time when you saw Salih Mustafa during the evacuation, could you tell the court how he was dressed?
The military uniform, the red hat, and the insignia, the KLA insignia.
Which also features on this photograph that we have in front of us? Same, similar type?
Similar to that. Similar to that.
Rather than the hat. So was it were you referring to a beret?
Yes. A beret.
We could take down this photograph, thank you. As you are yourself a member of the BIA unit, I would like to ask you a few questions about some other members of the BIA that you might know. Do you know who was Salih Mustafa's deputy in the BIA unit?
I don't know the positions, but if you ask me of the names or if you show me their pictures, I know some of them. I don't know who was holding that position.
Brahim Mehmetaj.
If you ask me of the periods before the war and after the war, I don't know him. But after the war, I know that he has been part of the leadership. I've had some meetings between friends, but I am not close to him.
So part of leadership of what was Mr. Brahim Mehmetaj of?
The way how I understood it, he might have as well had a unit, but in the context of BIA, of the guerrilla, I never heard of him, I've not met him. But after the war, like every other soldier, we met during the parade and sometimes we might have exchanged something through the social media.
What media are you referring to?
Facebook. We have joined friends.
Do you know the nickname of Brahim Mehmetaj?
I think it's Bime.
Where was the first time that you met Brahim Mehmetaj?
During the parade. There are some pictures that have been shared through various media. He is part of those pictures as well. I didn't know him at the time, but afterwards I got to know that he was Bime. I didn't know him during the parade either.
When?
June, after the end of the war.
Do you know the person whose name is Bahri Gashi?
Yes, I know him. He is a family friend.
Was he also a member of the BIA unit?
On the 23rd of March, the transportation day, he was together with Salih Mustafa.
Real.
I apologize. A mistake on my end. It was in April, 23rd of April.
The group taking part in the evacuation, did I get that correctly?
Yes, yes.
Position he had in the BIA?
No. He never told me anything. I never asked him of it.
Do you know his nickname?
BAFTA.
And what is your current relationship, if any, with Bahri Gashi?
We still call him BAFTA. We have good relations currently. We have good family connections. So recently he has had a very serious health issue. I have helped him with the surgery that he had. It took him a very long time for him to be recovered. He spent 2 months in the hospital and he had 2 surgeries in the meantime.
I know that these questions have already been asked by the Defense Counsel, but let me ask them nevertheless again. And the reason why I'm asking them again is that, as we established today, you told us that you were, during the war, a member of the BIA unit. And I have in front of me a few names of the people whom we believe might be members of the BIA. So let me start from the person whose name is Ilmi Vela.
I do not know him.
Ilmi Rakovica.
I don't know him.
The nickname Vdekia, does it mean anything to you in relation to BIA?
No.
Whose names Ilmi Vela, Ilmi Rakovica, Vdekia, in the context of your membership and participation in the BIA unit?
No.
How about the person whose name is Nazif Musliu? Do you know that name and surname?
No, I don't know.
Nickname Tabuti, again in the context of the BIA membership.
No, I cannot know all the soldiers. I know the ones who were close to me, who helped me with the wounded. I might not remember their names, but I can recognize them. But the wounded, I may be able to give all the names. Some of the soldiers I was closer to, who were also closer to me in age, and who also helped me more.
So let me give you a few other names. Maybe it will be of some help. Dardan or Dardani? Does it ring any bell in relation to, in the context of the BIA unit?
I don't remember that name. I never heard of it.
Kwitim Cherimi. Do you know that person?
No.
How about the person whose name or nickname is Afrim? Again, in the context of the BIA membership.
I don't know him.
How about the person whose name is or son or nickname is Fatmir?
I don't know him.
How about the name Avni?
There were 2 wounded who were called Avni Gashi and Avni Haziri. I don't know if they were members of the 153rd Brigade, but they were both wounded.
Do you know whether they had any connection with the BIA unit?
I don't know. Not during the time I gave them the treatment. When they were both wounded. One of them was seriously wounded. The other one was lightly wounded.
Could you tell the court if you remember the dates when you treated these 2 wounded persons? Was it In April 1999, during this evacuation, earlier, later?
April.
April, between 19th, the 20th and 21st, until I handed them over in my yachts. Slash.
How about the person whose name is Bujar? Again, in the context of the membership of the BIA unit.
I don't know him.
Your Honors, in the context of the questions that I'm asking, I would like to show the witness a few photographs. She's saying that she's more comfortable with faces, not with names, so perhaps some photos could be of assistance.
Please proceed.
Could we start with the photograph, Madam Court Officer, SPOE 00222 Do you recognize anybody in this photograph, Ms. Zanoli?
I think that I do.
On this photograph.
May I draw with a pencil?
Please proceed. And then with numbers, I think that that is what works best.
Number 1 is Salih Mustafa. You can see he's wearing a black beret. Number 2, standing above him, Fatmir Sopi. I never met him during the war. I met him when I registered as in the list of the veterans. He was in the office there.
Anybody else?
I don't know them.
We can pull that down and pull up another photograph. This new photograph would be SPOE 00222 Could we do the same? Do you recognize anybody on this photograph? If so, please mark them using numbers, and you will tell us the names of these people, if you know them, of course.
The first person marked with number 1 is Barigashi. Second one is Salih Mustafa. I don't recognize the third one.
If I told you that it could be Dardan, Kwitim Cherimi, does it ring any bell? If you match the face with the name and the nickname? Please take a look. Maybe you could, no, we cannot make the picture bigger, okay? But take a look, please.
I don't recognize him. I don't think I ever met him.
That's fine, okay? We can show another photograph. It would be SPOE 00222 So, Ms. Zanoli, let's do the same. So take a pencil and please mark the persons whom you know on this photograph.
Number 1, again, Salih Mustafa. Number 2, Bahri Gashi. I do not know the other two.
I understand. And I have the last photograph. This photograph would be SPOE 002222695. So again, let's do the same. Take a pencil and tell us whether you know anybody. If so, mark the people and put the names to the numbers.
In the middle is Mr. Mustafa. He's the only one I recognize.
I understand. Okay, thank you. We can pull that down.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher.
Do you have any brothers, Ms. Zanoli?
Yes, I have one.
What's his name?
Agim.
Was he a member of the BIA unit?
No.
In Slash in April 1999.
No. He came up to Mramor village and then he returned with my parents.
Do you know a person whose name is Khalid Zanoli?
No.
A relative of yours?
No. A village where I come from is a larger village and we don't know all of them. I lived in Pristina. I only know close relatives. I don't know distant relatives.
Do you know anybody with the nickname of Tsuri? C-U-R-I.
No.
Was anybody from your male family members a member of BIA, apart from you?
No, they weren't. Not from the male side or from the female side.
Ms. Zanoli, during this trial, we, not you, but the rest of us, we heard from one of the witnesses, who was also the victim in this case, that some women who were members of the KLA participated in his brutal mistreatment in Slash. Do you know anything about that?
No.
Were you yourself engaged in the mistreatment of any civilians during the war?
No. I gave a solemn declaration to help people, not to ill-treating persons by a medical professional should be punished and is punished.
witness today, I would continue till 4:15, and if not, we do it tomorrow morning. So that is the planning for now. So I leave it up to you if you think that this is a good moment to wrap up, or not to wrap, but to stop and then have a break.
Your Honor, maybe a very short break, and then, because upon the answers of the witness, I might slightly change my lines of questioning, maybe shorten them, and then we could really end today.
Yes, we can have a break in a few minutes. There's just one clarification I would like to receive with regard to a photograph. And Mr. Prosecutor, then we will have to break and we continue.
Of course,
yes?
of course.
Madam Court Officer, the last picture we had on the screen, no, not the last, but the picture we had on the screen which related to the online article KLA Woman, The Untold Stories, and the reference number is SPO EOO 325986. If I'm not mistaken, in this article at the end, yes, we have this picture. Just for clarification, in line 73, on page 73, line 20, Madam Witness, I thought to have understood, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that the woman on the right side of Mr. Mustafa was Suneta I cannot read my Sureta Kukanchi. Sureta Kukanchi. And then later on, I think you said that you didn't remember who she was. I see you laughing. Is there something really funny?
No, I said Shurita Gosalzi, and I marked it with a pencil. So she is Shurita Gosalzi. I marked her with a number with a pencil, and I said that I know this person. You can put on the screen the marked photograph if you want.
Yes, I can do that, but it is the person on the right-hand side of Mr. Mustafa?
Mustafa.
Do you...
Yes, Mustafa, yes.
Am montat de fenêtre?
Do you want me to mark it?
Please mark it again. And could you to mark it with, with a circle? Okay. So that for clarification, because I thought I did not understand that I heard you one time saying that you knew her name, and the last time that you didn't remember. But now it's clear. Thank you. The picture can be saved in this way. Okay, good. Madam Witness, so we see you back at 10 minutes past 3. Thank you for now. And Madam Court Usher will usher out the courtroom.
Your Honor, the interpreters would like to make a correction. Page 78, line 13, the date should read 21st of April instead of 23rd of April.
We will resume in 15 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Very well. Madame Court Usher, could you bring the witness in, please? And in the meantime, I note that we are in the same composition as before the break, so that will be put on record. Well, welcome back, Madam Witness.
Thank you.
Mr. Prosecutor, I give you the floor for your remaining questions.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Welcome back, Ms. Zanoli. I would like to ask you a few questions in relation to your stay in Slash, and then we'll move on. Today, earlier on, you testified that you arrived in Slash on the 16th of April, 1999, and you left on the 20th of April. Is that correct?
21st of April.
21st. I apologize, my mistake. You're absolutely right, and it's on page 42, lines 9 to 15 of today's transcript. Was it your first time in Slash?
Yes.
Did you come back to Slash later, after you left on the 21st of April 1999?
From Mayans, we went to Sharban. When the offensive of Sharban started, we went back to Slash, but to another house. We stayed there for a short time. The name of the owner was, and the interpreter did not get the name, the witness is going too fast.
The owner of that house?
The old man was called Sahit, but I don't know in which part of Slash that house was.
But it was not in the same place where you had stayed before.
No, I never went back to that place again.
The 21st of April 1999, you never came back to that place in Slash again. Is that correct?
No.
You stated today, and we have it on page 38, lines 23 and 24, and also on page 39, line 23, that you stayed in that house for only 2 days. Is that correct?
The
16th and 17th, 2 days I stayed inside. On the 16th and 17th I was preparing. On the 18th the shelling began, the shelling by the Serb forces.
Okay,
On the 20th there was a forest just close to the area where I stayed, and that's where we were together with the wounded. That was the night of the 20th of April.
So just to recap, in that building, you stayed on the 16th and the 17th of April, correct?
16, 17, jo, 4 ditë.
16th, 17th, well, 4 days, but on the 16th and 17th, I only had work to do inside related to the medical help, to classify and categorize medicine. So these 2 days I only spent inside. I did not go out at all.
The shelling started, so you are saying that you left at some point, correct?
I went to the kitchen to get food. For 2 days, I was fetched food, but on the 18th, I went to get the food myself.
Located?
Shumë afër.
Very close to the part. It was a building next to it, but it was an older one. A bit further below.
And it was not the building that was shown to you today at any point. There's another building, correct?
Sigurisht ajo.
The photograph was probably taken after that area was destroyed, but the part where the kitchen used to be was not there, but it was nearby.
Within this kind of compound, the buildings, but it was not in the photograph shown to you today. Is that what you are saying?
Aty ku unë e bona shigjit.
Where I marked the arrow, that's not that building, but next to that building, close to that building, there was an older building, and that was destroyed and cannot no longer be seen on the photograph.
Did you go there once or more times to that kitchen?
Vishme 18 e kom marrë.
Only on the 18th I went to get the food, and later on we just ate what we could find. There was no possibility to prepare food anymore.
Right. But on that day when you went to that kitchen, were you also coming back to your place when you were staying before to take care of the wounded?
Yes, because I still had work to do.
From your statement, from a testimony today, I understand that your focus while you were in Slash was mainly on the wounded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Today, earlier on, you testified, and we have it on page 39, line 24 and 25. You stated that you were not moving around that compound when you were staying. Is that correct?
Correct, because I had much work to do.
Earlier on, upon the questions of my learned colleague, you said that you didn't hear any noises of anybody being mistreated, and you didn't know about anybody in Slash who could be detained there. But if you were all the time, most of the time in that room, if you're all the time taking care of the wounded, being focused on them, then the shelling started, and then you had to leave that location altogether. How could you really tell that there were no detainees there in Slash?
I did not hear from anybody about that. I did not see anything myself. I did not see anything suspicious. Everybody could move freely in the yard.
buildings that you did not visit yourself, could you exclude that there might be detainees there?
Nuk besoj se ka pasur.
I don't think there were, as I mentioned earlier, there were also families there. There were women with children.
That in the buildings that you did not visit yourself in Slash were detainees. Could you exclude that?
Nuk besoj që ka pasur.
I don't believe there were. I did not see anything. For something that I haven't seen, I cannot say whether there was or there wasn't something like that.
And you said, first of all, I don't remember them at all. I understand that you were not in those buildings. So how could you tell that the people were or were not there who were detained? Could you tell that for sure?
Ato objekte nuk ju.
I did not pay attention to those buildings because they were old buildings in not a good shape. There was nothing that could be kept in those buildings, not even farm animals.
There. So how could you tell? A simple question.
Thashë nuk e di.
I told you I don't know. I cannot imagine that there was something like that. From what I know, there wasn't. When I went there freely. I could move freely. The soldiers could move freely. The children of Fatmir Humoli, they came to me 2-3 times. They could move freely in the yard. So this is my answer. I don't believe there was anything like that.
But it's based on your belief and not that you were sure that there were nobody kept there. Correct?
Unë nuk kam pa, nuk kam dë.
I didn't see and I did not hear.
But did you check all the buildings?
Jo, zonja gjykatëse.
No, Your Honor.
Shumë punë.
I had a lot of work. As I told you, I didn't move for 2 days. On the 18th, the shelling began, and it didn't even occur to me to go and check the other buildings. We had to prepare the bandages, the instruments, equipment, to sterilize it. So we had to plan everything ourselves. If it wasn't for the help of the soldiers, I wouldn't have been able to manage everything on my own.
Thank you for that.
Excuse me, Your Honor. So, Ms. Tanori, so you didn't inspect all the buildings, you did not visit them, you were confined most of the time to that room, you were taking care of the wounded. It was a very stressful, dramatic situation. There are plenty of people in need. You felt the gravity of the whole situation to help the people in need. And you are telling us that you believe that nobody was held there. But you cannot really say that for sure, can you?
Kjo ju mbetet ju.
It's up to you to give the word. I'm here to give my own testimony to what I know and to what I have seen myself. Nothing more than that.
Last one. So you are not sure whether people were kept there, the detainees, or not. Is that correct?
S'mund të sigurohem me diçka që e kam pa.
I cannot say that about something that I have seen or did not see. My final answer is that I don't know. I haven't seen anything that would make me suspicious.
Suffice for an answer. A bit earlier today, you told us that you were using social media and you mentioned Facebook. Is that correct?
Yes.
I would like to show very quickly some Facebook postings and ask very brief questions to the witness about them.
Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
So, Madam Court Officer, that would be document number SPOE 00325261 and the corresponding number with the ET at the end. Ms. Zanoli, this is the Facebook post published by Brahim Mehmetai aka Bimi, and this is the photograph of him standing with Salih Mustafa at the airport. He's flying to The Hague to give his interview as a suspect. Did you comment in any way on that Facebook post of Brahim Mehmetai?
I don't remember. Maybe I liked it. Maybe I wrote freedom or something. It's been a long time, but I don't remember.
We could show exactly what was posted by the witness. So this would be, with your permission, of course, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. So this document that I would like to pull up is SPOE 00325266. So, as you can see, there is Ibadete Tsanoli Katsiu with a clenched fist at the very bottom of the page. It's a clenched fist under this Facebook post. What did you want to express by putting this clenched fist under this Facebook post?
That's an expression of stay strong. I usually use it to say stay strong, for nothing else.
To say stay strong.
We had same aspirations, so I said to Mr. Salih, Mustafa, stay strong before every challenge, and in the end, justice will prevail.
What did you want to express by that? Apart from this stay strong, did you want to show support to Salih Mustafa, your previous BIA commander?
Of course, as a moral support.
I would like to show another Facebook post.
Please proceed.
Madam Court Officer, I would kindly ask you to pull up a document, SPOE 00325372, with the corresponding ET number. This is the Facebook post published by Brahim Mehmetai aka Bimi on the 28th of October 2020. Shall I repeat the number? SPOE 00325372. Backwards. Sorry, apparently the number is slightly different. Excuse me. Okay, it's 27. Oh, sorry. It's 105 327. My apologies, Your Honors. Too many photographs today.
Yeah. However, in the list you provided us with, I see the accurate number.
Thank you. Ms. Zanoli, do you remember this Facebook post by Brahim Mehmetai, Bimi?
More than 2 years have passed. Maybe I liked it, maybe I commented it. Usually, if I want to like something, then I like it, but not every post. That does not happen with every post.
That's the comment that she put.
Please proceed.
Number SPOE 00325 And also English version if possible. You could see in the middle of the page the comment which in English reads, it's your comment, always in the service of the homeland, justice for the liberators. Do you remember posting that comment?
Yes, it's my picture, it's my comment.
Posting it.
Always in the service of the homeland. As peoples, we feel we owe our lives to our homeland. Mr. Mustafa is in a military uniform. So this part has this meaning, whereas justice for liberators means for these proceedings to be completed in a just way, in a fair and just way.
Express your support to Salih Mustafa, your former commander in the BIA?
Of course, moral support.
Your Honor, the last photograph, if I may.
Please proceed.
Madam Court Officer, this would be SPOE 00325 and its English translation. This is the Facebook post of Brahim Mehmetai, aka Bimi, dated 1st of January 2021.
Could Council please double check the number?
Okay, it's gonna be again SPOE 00325 I think.
Could it be 329 at the end?
Could be. Could we just put it up on the screen? Could be this one.
So I have here in the list of materials to be used in cross-examination, Facebook comment by Ibadet, Facebook post from profile of Brahim Mehmetai Bimi.
Could be this one. Could be 105329, 105330, and its English version. That could be this one as well. Mm-hmm. That's the one. Thank you for your assistance, Your Honor. Do you remember this post?
Yes. The blouse with the picture of Mr. Mustafa has been disseminated, has been distributed from all the supporters of Mr. Mustafa. Probably yes. I don't know for a fact.
then we would move on.
Please proceed.
So the comment would be SPOE 00325-404, and its corresponding English translation. Yes. So your comment is happy birthday. You remember that?
Mendoj ka qenë ditëlindje.
I think it was his birthday. Bimi posted it, and I said, congratulations, happy birthday for that picture.
Could pull this down. Ms. Zanoli, during the war, did you keep any notes in any form?
E kom pas një fletore të vogël, kom
I used to have a small notebook. It's not that I have taken real notes, but I have only kept emotional notes of myself without attaching dates to those notes.
Or maybe before we go to that, did you give any interview in 2001 to any media about the war? Any television or any online media?
2021? Yes, yes.
With your permissions, Your Honor, I would like to show a very short clip, or maybe very short parts of it, of the interview with Ibadete Zanoli Katsiu, and this would be ERN 105553-01. It was posted on YouTube channel of ATV television on the 18th of February 2021.
Okay, so this is a public video, if I understand.
It's a public video.
Public video,
yes.
Because the image will not be broadcast, but if we put it on, we will hear the voice, and that's, if it's public, it's not a problem. But I just want to...
It's a public video published on YouTube, and I don't really intend to play it back to the witness. I would like to just fast forward to certain moments of that video that displays the thing that I have just asked the witness about, mainly the notebook that she also herself referred to.
Okay, very well. But even if in the case that sound would go out, it's not problematic?
It's not a problem whatsoever. It's a public material.
Very well. Please proceed.
Yes. Madam Court Officer, we don't have to play this one. However, maybe we could jump to the time on the video 0045 to 0046. We don't have to play it. We should just show it. It should be self-explanatory. Right. So this is it. We can then jump immediately to the time 1:12 to 1:15. We could even play it shortly. It's 1:12, 1:15. And then 1:51 to 1:53. Yes. So is that the interview we were talking about?
Yes.
In this video, on a couple of occasions, we have seen a certain small green notebook. Was that the notebook you were referring to?
Yes, this was the notebook I was referring to.
Also, as we could see a second ago, there was also a specific entry dated 24th of March 1999. Did you see that?
That is from the bombing day. I have entered my personal emotions there. It's not that I have taken notes on a daily basis, but I have taken some notes about my own emotions.
Important events there in terms of dates and what happened, even if briefly.
Not everything. Some emotions of mine. After 2 or 3 weeks, I had the possibility of writing down, or after 5 or 6 days, when I was missing my family, when I felt bad, I took this note with me and I wrote something in it. I just wanted it to be a reminder, a memory.
Correctly, you were taking notes during the period of the war, is that correct?
Yes, time after time.
Also about 1999, about April 1999?
No, not those days. In the difficult days, it was impossible for me to write things down. I wrote something when I settled with my family there, and then after a long period of time, I just had written down there that I'm no longer with my family, I miss them, I'm now part of the army. So those were personal experiences.
Salih Mustafa, commander of your BI unit.
No, I have not. It was only with Issa Castrati. It was only that moment that I described because that was a good emotion. And I thought that that was a snake. And I just wanted to fix that in my own mind. And that's something that I have explained during the interview as well.
Any events that took place in Slash in April 1999?
No. There were fightings, there was the offensive, but nothing that was related to the military life. No, I didn't describe anything of that nature. I have only described my own personal experience.
Time, it seems to me from your testimony of today, that the time in Slash, especially the evacuation, your stay with the wounded, was a very prominent a moment or time of your life. So didn't you reflect any of this in your notebook? And if so, why not?
At that time, I had no possibility to do that because up until we went to Sharban, I described very shortly my emotions. 2-3 weeks then passed by, I didn't write anything. Whereas for that day, it was not possible for me to have the notebook with me. I could not write down in the notebook while I had more serious things to deal with.
Put some notes in your notebook after the events, but describing the events of April 1999.
This was not a diary of war. This was not a diary of the war memories. Instead, it was a diary, a notebook where I took notes of my emotions. So I miss my family, I miss my close people, and that was where I wrote something about. And that is something that I do today as well. So if it is something that remains with me, I would keep a couple of notes and I would put a couple of entries about that. No, I have not maintained a war diary.
As we could see on the screen, you marked quite specifically at the top of the page, 24th of March 1999 as the start of the NATO bombings. So you were actually putting down some facts which were relevant to that period, didn't you?
From that day, the emotional state changed. From that day, the fight in Pristina was a front war. So from that day onwards, I was not free to move. Those were my own personal experiences. Those were my own personal emotions. And I would never go out in Pristina up until the war in Pristina finished.
TV interview or online interview, as you wish, you were showing this notebook. Did you also have it during your interview with the defense?
Yes.
You.
Had those contemporaneous notes. Did you tell the defense about it?
No, they didn't ask me about it. I didn't tell them anything about it because this was something very personal. That's something that neither my children nor my husband have read.
By any chance to the court today, would you? Or to The Hague in general?
No. I have put it in the military uniform, the uniform that I wore during the parade. I have that uniform there, and I have put the note into the pockets of the trousers.
Is it now? Is it in that uniform at your place in Kosovo? In your house? Where is it now, this diary?
I think it is somewhere in the house. I'm not sure, though.
Do you have any objections to give this notebook to the prosecution or to the court to copy if necessary when there is a need to do so?
I apologize. That is very personal. I don't want to share my emotions with others. That's not something that is related to the war, but it is something that is related to my personal emotions.
However, in this online interview that everybody in the world could see, you were flicking the pages of this notebook. If it was such personal, why did you show it to half of the world?
I also told the journalists not to publish the entries, just to have a look at it.
There are some entries, and they are quite visible. There's your name. I could see the name Skifterat. I could see a phone number. I could also see this entry of 24th of March, 1999.
That is the first page of the notebook.
Just 3 more questions, and we would wrap up, Your Honors.
Please proceed.
Let me change the topic slightly. Today you testified that when you came to Slash in April 1999, on the 16th, you saw Isa Castrati, who was, and you said, listening to the news, correct?
Yes.
41, lines from 20 to 22 of today's transcript. Do you remember what device he was using when he was listening to the news?
There was this transistor with an antenna, and he would keep that very close to his ear. At that time, it was either Deutsche Welle or the Voice of America. The transistor was with battery.
So there was a transistor with a battery which was inside this radio, or was it attached to an external battery?
No, it was a small transistor. There was this, the transistor was with a battery. It was with a small antenna, and he would keep that with him all the time.
In your testimony today, on page 48, line 2, you also indicated that while in Slash, car batteries were used. Is that correct?
Yes.
What were they used for? To give energy to which devices, or how were they used?
There was this light. We had this light which we would use while we were curing and while we were taking care of the wounds. So this was something in addition to the different types of lighting devices we would use.
The energy to lit the room,
Po.
to some bulbs,
Për me ndryqu.
electric.
Yes, yes. Just to lighten the space to the bulbs.
I understand. Your Honor, a very short moment of consultation, and I think we'll be wrapping up either now or in a second.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, we don't have any further questions. Ms. Salih, thank you very much.
Thank you. Very well. We will do some scheduling now. Victims' Counsel, do you have questions for the witness?
No, thank you, Your Honors, we don't.
Okay, thank you. Defense Counsel, where do you stand?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Witness, there are no questions anymore from the side of the defense, the prosecution, and the Victims' Counsel. There are some questions from the part of the panel, and I will give my colleague the floor to ask you some further questions, which will not be so many, and I think that that will help us in now clarifying some points that you have been giving as testimony today and in your prior statement. So please bear with us a little bit more, and then I will give now the floor to my colleague at my left-hand side. Please.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Judge. I have a few questions for you, Madam Sanoli. First of all, today, at page 38, lines 13 and 14, when you arrived to the place you stayed from 16 till 21st of April 1999, you said the owner of the house reported to them that I was there. Could you clarify for us who was the owner of the house?
Well, the owner where I was to before in the village of Mramur, I contacted with him 2 days before that, and I asked him how far was Slash from that place. He was Afrin Gashi, and I told him that I wanted to go to Slash. He told me that I would talk with one of the soldiers. He got in contact with one of the soldiers, and then 3 soldiers took me and brought me to Slash. That was the owner of the house where my family was staying before I went to Slash. That is the owner that I was referring to.
You arrived in Slash, there was no owner of the house, and you didn't have to report.
No.
Am I correct or not?
Yes, you're correct. Yes.
Okay, so that's clarified. A few minutes ago, you were explaining that the shelling in the place you were in Slash started on 18. What happened on 19?
On the 18th, the heavy shelling began. On the 19th, there was shelling and frontal warfare. On the 18th, a lot of wounded, in addition to civilians, began to arrive, and the 19th was the most terrible day from all the days.
What happened on the 19th, and what happened to you? Did you stay on the locations where you were on the 19th, or did you have to move from that location?
No, I stayed there. I remained there. Perhaps I left for 10 minutes to withdraw one of the wounded, but I'm not sure whether it was on the 19th or 20th. This wounded person was about 500 meters away from the place where I was, so I went to take him and bring him where I was. I did not leave the location on any other occasion.
On the 19th, there was shelling, but I guess the shelling did not reach the place where you were. That's why you still were there. You were there still. That's correct?
På dagen
On the evening of the 19th, the shelling started to approach. On the 20th, there was shelling in the part where I was. And on the night of the 20th, we stayed in the nearby forest in the open. We withdrew the wounded and there because the shells were not were falling directly.
Is starting to approach the location where you were. You go outside, but you stay in the vicinity of that location. And then on 21st, you leave the location for Mayak. Is that correct?
Yes, on the morning of the 21st, we continued the journey to evacuate the wounded.
You saw the location where you were was on 20 April in the evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the evacuation on 21st? You never came back to that location, or did you come back to that location?
I never went back to that building again.
Very much. I have finished, Madam Presiding Judge.
Thank you very much. Then, Madam Tsanolika Chu, we reached the end of your testimony. I would like to thank you for your efforts you have put into giving your testimony before the specialist chambers. I'm sure it will assist us in finding the truth. I wish you a good journey home, and I remind you that you should not discuss the testimony you have given before the specialist chambers with anyone. Thank you again. Madame Court Usher, you can accompany Madame Witness out of the courtroom.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Madame Court Usher. Do the parties and Victims' Counsel have anything to raise?
No, nothing, Your Honors.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honours. We do actually very practically have a point to raise about the hearings that have been scheduled, the one for tomorrow and the ones for the 17th and the 18th, given that we'll be doing the unsworn statement on the 19th and the 20th. Will the other hearings be taking place?
Because we have finished today,
yeah.
I was going to say that in a minute, but yes, tomorrow we won't have a hearing because we don't have a witness to hear. So, and for next week, we have scheduled, indeed, as you said, the 19th and the morning, only the morning, the first session of the 20th. So the other hearings will not be, they were scheduled, but they were just reserved days.
Okay, perfect. I also ask with regard to the travel arrangements for the Victims' Counsel.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
But for me, it was not clear that it was not clear, especially with regard to next week.
Yeah, my apologies. Usually we get an email from legal workflow explaining which hearings have been cancelled. And perhaps because I haven't been in the team as long as some of the other people here, I wasn't aware that it could also go another way. Okay. But thank you for explaining it.
No, but we will look into it because it's of course the preference of the panel that everybody knows what hearing we will be having the week after. Okay. And with regard to you tomorrow, that could only become clear at the end of today. Of course.
True.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, is there something you would like to raise with the panel for now?
No, thank you.
Very well. Then we will resume on the 19th of May at 9:30 with the unsworn statement of the accused. The hearing is adjourned.
All right.